run this way, run that. There's no time to breathe, no time to think, no time to sleep. But what about everyone else in our lives? Our husbands, our wives, our kids. Maybe now's a good time to stop and to ponder, to revamp our priorities. We must take time to recharge, but only if we want to nurture our souls and free our minds. A very good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me out there. Can everybody hear me? Just a simple yes or no in the chat box there. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is keeping fine and well today. Welcome back to the second day of the UES Virtual ELT Summit Recharge. It's such a pleasure having so many of you joining us again this morning for what we hope will be a fantastic second day at the UES Recharge Summit. So thanks again for joining us. I hope you and your families and friends are all keeping safe and well still today. Just another simple yes or no. All of you that have joined so far, and we're expecting more to come as the morning progresses. How many of you were participating in the conference, in the summit yesterday? Simple yeses and nos. I can see most of you are yeses, which is great. So thank you again for coming back for the second day with us. So many yeses. Wow, thank you. Mwah. Big love to you all. So today then, we're going to continue with another fantastic full program. We will be finishing a little bit earlier today. And as I mentioned yesterday, what we've tried to do for this summit is to bring together both speakers, trainers and educators, not only from here in Turkey, but from other places around the world. And the reason there is really just to gather ideas of how things are being done in other places. So almost pooling our knowledge together. So this is the Recharge Festival today. You remember, for those of you that were here yesterday, I started with this quote by Scott Hayden, where we talked about us teachers having three loves. Possibly some of us have more than three loves, but I really like this quote by Scott, which really summarizes really where I am as both as a teacher and also as a trainer as well. I do believe that the magic of teaching really is all about that love of learning, that love of learners, and how we can help fuse them together. And I think this is why we are all here today, to help to harness and develop that further. I'm just going to give you one more quote today, which kind of really moves us forward onto the summit now. So yesterday we looked at how we can bring these loves together through more understanding of online and digital technologies and resources. But today I just want to show you another quote of mine by Zoltan Doinier. Some of you maybe have heard of Zoltan Doinier. If you haven't, please go away and take a look at some of his work. He talks a lot about motivation. So it's a really, really interesting and powerful subject and very relevant to our own contexts. But I really believe in this quote. I think in life, not just only in English language teaching, but in life more generally, I think we always seem to do better if we believe we can succeed. And I think that's our job, our role as educators, as teachers, is to really unlock that success potential in our learners. So this is really where we're coming from today. So yesterday we looked at who we were. I think today, now we have all of those tools with us, we should look at how we can use them as effectively as we can to increase our students' success. Okay, so let's move on then, guys. This is the program for today. You can see today we have 3 plenary sessions. So we're starting off with Lindsay Clanfield in a few minutes. And then from the plenary session, we'll move into concurrent workshops like we did yesterday, which worked really well, actually, because I like the idea of giving you all choice depending on your own teaching context there. So we've got 3 fantastic concurrent workshops, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we're going to come back to a plenary session by Beth, and then hopefully in my session I'm going to try and bring the whole summit together. And then of course we have raffle, the eagerly awaited raffle. So we'll be doing that towards the end of today's program. Okay, once again, as with yesterday, this event would not be possible without the support and the hard work and the collaboration with our publishing partners here. So huge thanks again to Richmond, to Macmillan Education, to Black Cat, to Highlights, and then lastly to Helbling, who are sponsoring our first plenary speaker today. So this is the program. Just a little bit more information. So here are the plenary talks for today. So Lindsay, Beth, and myself. And then also we have our wonderful, fantastic concurrent workshops happening from 11:20 until 12:10 with Pinash, with Senem, and also with our Teresa. Huge thanks as well to the US team. I know you're looking at me now. I haven't done all of this myself, not at all. Actually, it would be almost impossible. This project to make this summit happen really has required lots of collaboration across all the departments in the UES family. So huge thanks to everybody involved in making this weekend summit happen today and of course yesterday. And more importantly, actually, a massive, massive thank you to all of you out there across Turkey, all 4 corners of Turkey, but also internationally today, just in the chat box. So I'm joining you now from Istanbul. Where are you joining from? Any peculiar, weird, or wonderful places around the world that you happen to be joining from? Ankara is pretty peculiar. No, I'm joking, of course. So we have Manisa, Balıkesir, Hatay, Şanlıurfa, Çanakkale, one of my favorite places in Turkey, Kayseri, Antalya, Izmir, Konya, Bandırma, Istanbul. So from Russia as well, I see there. Excellent. Thank you. And I saw also a couple of participants from Pakistan, I believe, from India, and also from Indonesia. Thanks, Trisan, as well. So lovely to have all of you on board for today's summit. Just a reminder that we will be giving you all and sending out e-certificates to you all. These will be coming to you possibly by the end of next week, by the time we've sorted them, depending on the workshops. You will all get the plenary e-certificates. And the reason it's going to take us a little bit more time to do, we're going to put your names and surnames personally on the certificates for you as well. So please give us a few days to get them to you, but they are on the way. And then lastly, of course, we have the raffle this afternoon, possibly the most talked about part of this summit. It's the one part where I'm receiving the most messages and questions from the teaching community here. So here with the raffle then, it will take place today at 3:30 p.m., just towards the end of the summit. We have 10 great prizes to offer you. All will be revealed later, but you must be in attendance for the last plenary session, which is mine from 2:30 this afternoon. This is the only way I can think of guaranteeing people will attend my session. There is no number for the raffle. You can see on the wheel there. What we will do is we will run an Excel document of all participants in that last session, and then we will put all participants on a spinning wheel. And then we will share the wheel with you on the screen, and you will see it spinning around and then picking out winners totally randomly. Okay. Good luck, everybody, with the raffle. But now let's move on and get started. So it's with absolute pleasure to invite Lindsay Clanfield to be a part of this. And huge thanks again to Lars and the whole Helbling team for making this happen, to have Lindsay join us for the summit. So Lindsay is an award-winning writer, teacher trainer, and international speaker in the field of English language teaching. He's written and co-written several course books, including Studio by Helbling Languages, which is a high school level or university level course book. Lindsay is the series editor of a range of teacher development books too, and has also co-written various methodology books for teachers. He's a creative force behind various web projects, including the popular blog 6 Things, the e-publishing collective The Round, and the sci-fi adventure materials website Extreme Language Teaching. And you can always find out more about Lindsay by visiting his website at www.lindsayclanfield.com. So Lindsay, I hope you're there and you can hear me. I'm just going to stop sharing my screen now, and I welcome you to come and join us. Good morning, Lindsay, and thank you again.
Good morning. Good morning. First of all, let me just make sure you can all see me. You can see me okay? Oh, bit of still quite early here in the morning. Welcome everybody. My name is Lindsay Clanfield. I'm reaching you. I'm trying to get into the light here, but I'll be sharing my screen soon, so it should light up a little bit more there. I'm originally from Canada, but I'm speaking to you from Spain. I wish I could have been there in person to see you, but we're doing it this way now. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. Thank you, by the way, while I start doing this, thank you to UES for all, and Steve and his team for all the organization. I know that putting on one of these events is never easy. And when you have to do it also with getting everybody online and having all the different rooms and everything all set up, it's really quite a feat. So well done, everybody. Thank you. And happy to see so many people from around Turkey. I probably have met some of you before. I've been to Turkey many times before. If I haven't, I look forward to maybe meeting you in a future not too far away when things start getting us all back to normal. Okay, I'm also going to turn on my chat so I can see if anybody writes things here to me. I will be taking, Steve or one of his assistants will be fielding questions for the question and answer at the end. I'll leave around 5-10 minutes for that at the end. If something, I do have one eye on the chat box while I'm speaking, so you know, I will see if something comes up there. Okay, let's get started. This is our first session this morning. It's 10 o'clock in the morning for you, but it's only 8 o'clock in the morning for me. So I thought I'd start off nice and easy and soft here by telling you a couple of stories, okay? My talk is going to be about technology and specifically education technology, but I want to start telling you a couple of stories about technology in general. And the first story I want to tell you is called The Robot. And this is a real story. This is a true story. It happens, I think it was 2018 or 2017 in Russia. And in a smallish city north of Moscow. I can't remember the name of the city, but it was at a conference for technology and like young scientists. So this was all sort of high school people and stuff like that. And there was a technology conference. And one of the big things that they showed at the technology conference at the end is they brought out a life-sized robot that was called Robot Boris. And this conference was being televised on national TV. And Robot Boris was brought out, and the presenters, were very excited. This was the big thing to kind of show everyone. They said, "Listen, look at what our scientists and technologists have been working on. Robot Boris is like the latest example of complete cutting edge technology." And so Robot Boris sort of moved around the stage and even did a little dance and said, "I like science, I like physics." Yeah. And everybody was, duly impressed. But of course, this was being filmed, and it also went online. And very soon afterwards, several Russian bloggers, young Russian bloggers, began noticing some strange things about Robot Boris. So this was the original Robot Boris as it came out and was being presented to all the young people. And lots of people in the Russian blogosphere started asking questions. They said, why is Robot Boris exactly the size of a human being? Lots of advances in robotics, they don't have to be human sized. We might have thought they would be smaller. They also said the way that Robot Boris moved was very like human-like. Robot did a dance, and they said this was a bit quite human to be a robot. And then, of course, it got more embarrassing for poor Robot Boris, because they found a picture where they highlighted and looked closely as Robot Boris turned around, and they said, "Is that skin? Is that a person under there? Could it be a person under there, or are we imagining things?" And then the worst moment of all came when somebody leaked a photo of Robot Boris after his presentation backstage, having his helmet taken off. And it turned out that the Robot Boris was not a robot at all, but was a costumed robot from a company. And the organizers were quick to say, well, we never said that it was a complete mechanical robot. The idea was to inspire young people and to go into sciences and so on. Anyway, so it was a bit of an embarrassing story. Now, lots of people could say, okay, so what? This is just an example of what? Of fake news, of like a faking it kind of thing. But what's really interesting is that Robot Boris is another example of a history of us as humans desperately wanting to believe things are true in terms of technology. Okay, so Robot Boris is one example from the 21st century. But if we go back several centuries in the past, there was another very similar example. The Automaton was a Hungarian project. A Hungarian inventor invented a robot that could play chess. And they called it the Automaton, or in fact, another name that they called it in Hungary was the Mechanical Turk. And the Automaton was supposedly a robot that could play chess against any human opponent. So here's an image of it. Yeah. And and you can see here from the image what you can suspect was going on. But the Automaton was taken around to all the royal courts of Europe. It traveled around for around 3 years, at least, in the 1800s, I think, early 1800s, to several courts in Europe. It played against Napoleon Bonaparte. It played against Benjamin Franklin, and it beat them both. And it was considered like the most amazing bit of human technology ever, right? Of course, it eventually turned out that the Automaton was not, in fact, a robot. And if you look underneath the table, there's a little tiny hole there. And it was where a human being was in the hole, controlling the hands that would move the chess pieces. And it turns out, according to Wikipedia, that around 3 or 4 grandmasters of chess had been, at one moment or another, put into the Automaton to play against various people in royal courts. So again, we have another story of a robot or a piece of technology that was promised as a huge thing, but wasn't exactly what it seemed. And today's talk, what I want to do is I want to look at technology from a critical perspective. And I want to look at the stories, more particularly the stories that we tell ourselves and each other about technology. I want to investigate several key stories that we are telling about technology in our field. Don't want to give you the wrong impression that I am an anti-technology person. I'm very, very much into technology. I would say that a lot of my career has gone forward because of work that I've been doing in technology, blogs, podcasts, websites, things like that. I've often been keen to teach with technology, the new kinds of technology, always been interested in doing it. If I look at my career as a speaker, here are some of the workshops that I've given in the past sort of 20 years. Yeah. My first ever workshop was the first time I used PowerPoint. I don't know if any of you remember the first time you used PowerPoint. For me, this was back in 2004. And I definitely remember, do you remember in PowerPoint, you could, what you could do is you could like put animations on the slides and put noises with the animation. So you could have words come in and they would go whoosh and and like words would fall down like rain. And I put a million of those in. So that was my first mistake because everybody was watching my presentation and they were like, oh my gosh, it was too much. What was worse was that my presentation on that first PowerPoint was on how to teach with no materials. So yeah, that was a bit embarrassing. However, I've continued, being keen on technology, doing things on PowerPoint, digital material, video, blogging, social network, Twittering, M-learning, mobile learning, screens, teaching with screens, without screens, teaching ideas with emoji, interaction online. I'm still doing activities and teaching for like what's happened now with Zoom lessons. So my first question to you is, how much has EdTech been a part of your professional development? I mean, have you found that it's been a very important part, or have you managed to get by without it? This is just for us to kind of think about. Because for me, it's been quite important. And I suspect for many of us, it's always been there. But if we are beginning to sort of develop, we've had to sort of learn more things about technology. And there's been so many changes in the past 20 years. Even if you are not someone who is particularly interested in EdTech, I want to share with you a quote that I changed from the famous revolutionary Leon Trotsky, Russian revolutionary. He originally wrote, "You may not be interested in war, but war is interested in you." Yeah. And you could argue the same here, that you might, even if you are not interested in EdTech is interested in you. So even if you are not someone who's interested or doing all of this kind of stuff, the whole EdTech world, the industry, the companies, all the shareholders are very interested in teachers being part of EdTech. Yeah. Let's pause though for a moment and let me define my terms a little bit, because there are, I keep saying EdTech, education technology, and there's different ways of looking at education technology. I want to share with you a really nice distinction of 3 different ways that we can examine technology. Yeah. The first way is that we can look at what would be termed artifacts and devices. And that's not a spelling mistake of artifacts there. That is the spelling for artifacts in the sense of like things, not necessarily old-fashioned things, but the things, artifacts, things that technology creates, and the actual physical things. Yeah, so software, hardware, etc. So that's one way. We can look at EdTech in the sense of, okay, interactive whiteboards in the classroom, or learning platforms, or using Twitter, or using mobile phones, or using smartwatches. Yeah. Another way we can look at EdTech is through activities and practices. So this means saying looking at ways that we use, for example, Zoom, activities that you can do with Zoom, or ways that you do breakout rooms when you're teaching under quarantine, or ways that you can teach vocabulary using an interactive whiteboard, or different interesting ways of testing speaking using voice recognition software, for example. And finally, and I think this is the one that is often not talked about, is you can look at EdTech in the sense of context and use. Now, context and use means how suitable or unsuitable or possible or impossible is a technology in the context as it's going to be introduced, and how is it actually being used by the stakeholders, by the teachers or the users or whatever. And I think that in our field, in education, and specifically in ELT, we do a lot of focus on artifacts and devices. We do a lot of good focus as well on methodology, on activities and practices, and we don't focus a lot on context and use. By this, I mean that often when we talk about how we use technology, we're not taking into account where it's going to be used. So what I do in Spain and is working with my group of private language students in Spain is then exported to Turkey, to a rural part of Turkey. And then, oh, it doesn't work in this thing because we don't have a good enough internet, or it doesn't work in this part of the world because the devices are still using an old version of Windows and so on. And usually, and I think this is to our discredit, ignoring this is one of the reasons why lots of big technology initiatives fail. They don't take enough into account the context and how these things are actually being used. This distinction is from Leroux and Livingstone, 2002. I'll share my references at the end. So here's an example of some headlines from blogs over the past 5 to 6 years, where we can see what we're doing here is we're looking at the artifacts and devices. Yeah. So we often get things like 40 or the activities, ways to use word clouds, 6 amazing ways to use augmented reality, 50 ways to use Twitter, 20 out of the box ideas to use Instagram in your classroom. We're often doing this kind of stuff. Yeah. And while this is important, it does begin to feel like we are always talking about the latest new shiny thing. Yeah. So for example, the new shiny thing now would be things like the best educational wearables and smart app watches for the classroom. Yeah. So we get anytime something new comes along, often in education technology, we're like, oh, how could we use this? How could this be in the classroom? Maybe, and not always thinking of the context of which classroom it'll be used in and whether or not it's the best thing for it. Here's another example, 10 ways to use Alexa in the classroom. Yeah. So Alexa and voice assistant things seem to be the new thing that we're all paying attention to. AI, exactly, says Sibel. That would be another one that we're like trying to figure out now how to do it. And this one, which I have no idea, I saw this article and I thought, really? Really? Are you kidding me? 5 ways to use drones in the classroom. So this is almost taking it to the extreme of like whatever the latest, newest thing is, we're always trying to find a way to put that into the classroom in education, even though in some cases it's a bit of a stretch of the imagination. Yeah. And what's more important, we're putting the device first and the context kind of just forgetting about the context, you know, like drones in the classroom obviously hasn't thought about lots of context type things there. Okay. Or another one. Here's another one. Someone had mentioned, Sibel had mentioned AI. Another article, are smart classrooms the future? Yeah. And this reminds me of a quote that I read about education technology that says, any headline that begins with a question can be answered no. So I'll say that again. Any headline that begins with a question can also be answered no. So maybe they are not the future. We don't know yet. What all of these have in common, though, is that education technology, EdTech in general, is considered a positive thing. Like it's a positive project. The language for education technology is positive. It's very unusual for something in education to have this much positivity around it. If you think, for example, of course books or textbooks, they don't have as much, where often, people say, I like it, other people say, I don't like it. We often criticize a textbook. We often say, yes, but we need it right for our context and so on. Education technology tends to have more positive language around it. Let me give you some examples. When we talk about education technology, we often talk about computer assisted. So we talk about computer assisted learning as if it's just normal that the computer will help. Yeah. So the computer automatically assists learning just from the phrase. We say that this is a technology enhanced course. So the technology will automatically enhance it, make it better. We talk about using apps or using technology to unleash the power of learning or power of motivation, to unleash, sort of like it's all right there and we're just going to release it automatically. It's good. We talk about technology unlocking the potential for students. We talk about technology transforming lives. And with this positive language, we also get positive stories and negative stories. And I want to focus now on 3 stories that we are told and that we tell about technology. How am I doing so far? Am I going too quickly for you? Are you all okay? Everyone is hearing me okay? It's always hard when I can't see people's faces. Okay, getting people's yes. All right. So the stories that we're told about technology, the first one I want to tell you is one of the most common ones. And it is very, it's very popular as a term, and it's also been very much criticized. The first story is the story of the digital native and digital immigrant. According to this story, there are 2 kinds of learners, 2 kinds of people in the world. There are those who were born into a world where Google existed, where Facebook, smartphones, etc. existed. The internet was around. Those are the digital natives. And then there are people who were born just before that or way before that, and those are the digital immigrants. For example, and this goes way back to sort of 2006, 2004, it was asserted that digital natives learn differently to past generations. They are held to be active experiential learners, proficient in multitasking, dependent on communication technologies. Yeah. The image of the digital learner often comes with the digital immigrant, and the digital native often was associated with pictures of young children, like 2-year-olds, 4-year-olds holding tablets and sort of being able to do things. And the parents or the grandparents saying, it's amazing. Look at my 3-year-old. They can open YouTube. They can do all these things. They are digital native. There are problems with the digital native versus digital immigrant story. Yeah. And I think we've often started talking about these in the past few years. The first thing is that it tended to stereotype teachers and learners. So the stereotype tended to go that our learners are the digital natives and our teachers are the digital immigrants. As the years go by, even originally, this was not necessarily true. But as the years go by, it's becoming even less and less true. Even though I hear people say, yeah, we're the digital immigrants and others are the digital natives. If I'm looking at a 27-year-old teacher, well, they were growing up in the whole era of digital as well. I feel even as a almost 50-year-old that I grew up in a lot of the digital stuff. So not entirely sure if that still holds true. And also, why would it be the teachers always having to be the immigrants and the students always the natives? So it was applied to teachers regardless of age. So I was in conferences and they would just say, yes, we're the digital immigrants. And I'd look around and I'm like, there's like, that person's like 23 years old. They're surely not a digital immigrant. Another thing that it implies is that if you're familiar with one technology, that you are a master at all technologies. So just because a 4-year-old can pick up a tablet, open the YouTube or open the game and play the game, it does not mean that they can do everything with technology. Just because my 16-year-old son can stream things and play video games really well, he's terrible at making a spreadsheet. He doesn't know how to make a spreadsheet. He's also terrible at organizing his desktop on his computer. When I see his desktop, I just want to die. It's all covered with icons and everything. He has no knowledge necessary of having to do that. So he's good at something, but not at everything. And it got to a point, the digital natives and digital immigrants, that many researchers started saying it's almost like an academic moral panic, that, you know, we've got to catch up. We're being left behind. We have to catch up. This is terrible. We have to learn. Yeah. So there are some problems with it. While there is an element of truth to it, it's not, it's too easy to sort of use that as an excuse. Yeah. And others have written that it's a common sense myth and it lasts, but it's just not that helpful. And also it tends to hurt teachers, so that if we are all talking about this, then decision makers can start saying, well, the problem is the reason when we introduced this technology into the classrooms, it didn't work. Why? Because the teachers are digital immigrants. So it becomes a question of always blaming the teacher. If it's the teachers, the immigrants, and the immigrants are the problem, then we're blaming the immigrants for things where it's not necessarily that. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. The next image that I want to share with you is this. This was, I was at a talk on technology and education in a country in Mexico, and a presenter got up. She was from the world of business. She wasn't a teacher, but she told all the teachers there, she said, a tsunami is coming. And the tsunami, she said, this is different than another kind of natural disaster because you can see a tsunami coming. First of all, that's not true. You can't always see the tsunami coming. Sometimes it's coming quite low, and otherwise, if everyone could always see it from far away, people wouldn't necessarily get hurt by them. But she said, yes, you can see it coming like a Hollywood wave. And she said, the tsunami is technology. And if we're not careful, it's just going to wash over us and destroy us all, just like tsunamis have destroyed parts of the Philippines and in Indonesia and other countries where they hit. Yeah. And this is the idea that technology is like a force of nature and that it will disrupt everything else. So the idea of disruption and the inevitability of technology. And here we hear this story often when we're being told about different industries. So for example, we hear about how the tsunami of technology completely revolutionized the music industry. It got rid of records, then cassettes, then music to sell, and now Spotify and all of that stuff. We hear it about the newspaper industry with blogs and then like newspaper, no one buying newspapers anymore. You just get all online. The hotel industry is from like Airbnb destroyed the hotel industry. Cable TV has been disrupted by Netflix, taxis by Uber. Universities are going to all be disrupted by like free online learning. The writer, education writer Audrey Waters talks about this as a myth in a way, in the same way, not necessarily meaning myth as in not true, but a myth as in a story that we like to tell. And she says, we love to believe stories of the ends of the world as we know it. Every major religion has stories of the end of the world. So it's a very kind of important thing for humans to be considering this and thinking about it. And this is both to do with the horrors of the now and the heaven of the future. So in most religions and in societies, there's an idea that something big and terrible will be coming soon, and it may destroy all of us, but we will get through it, and then we'll be in a utopia afterwards. And I think this is some of the things that's happening with technology that we hear, like that Uber or Airbnb, in a smaller sense. I mean, they're not saying they're going to literally destroy the world, but in a small sense of saying there will be a lot of disruption, there will be pain, there will be problems, but at the end we'll all be much better. So they're using that story. Here's examples of that story from headlines about universities. Predictions from 2013 about MOOCs. Do you remember MOOCs, the massive open online courses? If anyone just types yes, if you know, yeah. Okay, so we got one yes at least there. Yeah, so people heard about MOOCs. Well, in 2013, all the hype about MOOCs, and I would go to conferences and stuff, including in Turkey, where they were using MOOCs. There was a big open university project in Turkey that was very, very popular. But the whole idea was that, oh my gosh, this MOOC thing, there will be no universities. In 10 years, in 15 years, that's it. All universities will be over. Well, we're 2020 now, and I think we can see that that's not necessarily happened. For me, the most important one that I've seen has been the prediction of the death of books. We have heard, I don't know how many times, that books are going to die. Remember when the Kindle came out? Remember when everyone said, there won't be any more books ever. Books are dead. I've heard it from publishers a million times, yeah? And I've tried to do projects where we just do digital books, and the print books don't go away. And I think one of the reasons is again, if we look at that initial distinction, the context and use. In some contexts, print books are still very important and very used, and people don't want to give them up. So in 2011, I started a small online publishing thing called The Round that a friend of mine and I thought we were going to be disrupting the whole world of teacher education books by doing them digitally online. Suffice to say, it didn't happen. So that was my experiment with that, but it didn't really happen. The problems with this, and I agree with you, Lamis, I also like the smell of a book I'm reading. The problems with disruption and inevitable technology is an argument and a story, though. First of all, it was like using the word disruption. Everything was like, oh, this is disrupting, this is disrupting. Not always true. It also tended to be always just around the corner. Like, it's not happening now, but it will happen. In 3 years' time, there won't be books. In 3 years' time, there will be no universities. It was always like 3 years, 5 years from now. Maybe not now, but in the future. And this was, I've been hearing this now for 15 years, and I'm having trouble. Things are changing. I'm not saying that they're not changing, but the disruption, the massive destruction of everything else we have to be skeptical. Also, these things are not natural. These are things that we choose. We are choosing to do these things. So when a Kahoot is used in class, it's because the teacher made the choice. When a classroom bans mobile phones, it's because the school made the choice. When a country puts interactive whiteboards in every classroom, it's because the government made the choice. It wasn't a natural feature like a tsunami. It's not like an earthquake. It's not like coronavirus. These are often choices that we make. Now, sometimes they seem the most logical choices. Sometimes they are important choices. Sometimes we think there's no other option, but they are still choices. And I think by neglecting that we have that power to make the choice, we sort of surrender it to technology companies. So it's a matter of societal choice, and it's a matter of personal choice. And it's okay to make those choices as long as we're aware that we have the power and we are making those choices. When you hear a story like software is eating the world, I mean, this is a quote that I found in an article, software is eating the world, or Airbnb is changing everything, or this is doing this. Who are the people that are benefiting from this story? Who is spreading the story, and who does it benefit? That's the question the critical educator should ask about this. For example, take a look at this tweet. This tweet is part of the third story that I want to share with you that we are told about technology. The third story, and this is the last one, is that education hasn't changed. So the examples that we hear are from things like in TED Talks. We often hear this. So here's one from Ken Robinson, whose TED Talk was very, very popular on creativity. I loved it, but I had problems with some of this stuff that he said. Things like every education system is being reformed and it's not enough. Reform is no use anymore because it's improving a broken model. Another one, education really hasn't changed in the past 500 years. Education has been calcified for 500 years. We cannot think about re-engineering it, micromanaging it. We have to completely reimagine it. Schools, as we know them now, they're obsolete. They're not broken. It's wonderfully constructed. It's just that we don't need it anymore. It's outdated. So these are arguments being made that says that the school of old is dead and has to be reimagined. I read a very, very good criticism of this argument, and bear with me. I'll tell you what the criticism was. Imagine that we were saying reading hasn't changed since the time of Dickens. Yeah, so imagine the argument that reading hasn't changed since the time of Dickens. If Charles Dickens came back today and looked around, that he would say, wow, people are still reading like books. It hasn't changed. You could argue, why should it change? The fact that it hasn't changed, is that a bad thing? Or does it mean that reading a book is something that has survived for hundreds and hundreds of years and therefore is a very resilient and very sort of resistant to change thing for good reason? Like it's like a building that has stayed up for like hundreds and thousands of years. That doesn't mean it's a bad building. That means it's survived. That's good. Also, you could argue that reading has changed. Yes, we still read books, but as one of my people here put, Gursum put, reform updated, reading has changed a bit. We also read on tablets, we read on screens, we don't always have like encyclopedia stuff now. We read the information on screens and in different places. So one, it doesn't necessarily mean it's bad if it hasn't changed, but two, it has kind of changed. And so I think the same thing with education. If schools haven't changed, does that automatically make it bad? I think we need to question that. Just because it hasn't changed, does that make it bad? Or does it mean that we've managed to find a way to educate large parts of our population in classrooms, sitting together, women and men together? Is that necessarily a bad thing? Could it also mean that alternatives are not viable? Maybe education hasn't changed that much because every time we've tried to change the education, it's not viable. And we go back to what is the most viable one. I'm just saying these are the things to think about. Also, when people say education hasn't changed, is that really correct? There are things that have changed. Teachers have become increasingly professionalized. There's a greater access to education than there was in the past. There are access to resources. And yes, there is more technology in education than there was. So the argument that education hasn't changed keeps getting made, but it's not necessarily true. And so one has to ask who's telling the story and who benefits from the story that education hasn't changed. It's also not a new story. Here's a book from 1968. Take a look at the back cover of the book from 1968. This is a book on teaching machines and programmed instructions. On the back cover, it says, outside school, the modern world entices young people with television, film, radio, films, and tape recorders. Inside, the age of Dickens survives, and tired teachers offer chalk and talk to oversized classes. So I think we've been making this argument for a long time, and I don't think it's always true. The tweet that I showed you was from Betsy DeVos, who was the Minister of Education, Secretary of Education under the Trump administration, and was multi-billionaire and interested in privatizing education. So I think that her motives for writing this were clear, that it was about getting more private sector staff, more technology into classrooms. The last thing that I've noticed is what I sometimes call the Animal Farm effect. Do you know the book Animal Farm? So Animal Farm, I'll explain what I mean by that, but Animal Farm is like where the pigs take over the farm. We are often told as English teachers that these kinds of things, gap fills, only one right answer, translation, decontextualized sentences, and focus on form are old-fashioned and need to be changed. Yeah, this is not the communicative way. I think a lot of these activities are good, but I agree that only having these activities is not what the modern communicative classroom should be. But yet, these kinds of things are very much true in education technology, in lots of the apps, in Duolingo, and things like that. If you remember Second Life, do you remember, anyone remember Second Life? Second Life was supposed to be the new future of education. Second Life was going to be like universities online. If you take a look at some of the old Second Life in 2008, their classrooms, look at the classroom that they made in Second Life. tell me that that is not an old-fashioned classroom. I mean, come on. So, let's have a bit of, if we're really going completely, oh, very good, Amir. There is social distancing. There is social distancing. But my point being here is that what was interesting about Second Life is they did a study of the universities that started making their university in Second Life that was supposed to be new, modern, and they recreated an old-fashioned university with seats, lines, rows, etc. And seemed very sort of old-fashioned for something that was supposed to be so modern. Another thing that I read in an article was a teacher expressing frustration where they said, I keep getting told that technology is to get rid of like old-fashioned lectures where we're just lecturing all the time, and technology should get rid of old-fashioned lectures. But then when I look at some of these courses, they're video lectures online. And that's supposed to be good. It's still a lecture. So I think the technology sort of says, this is also old-fashioned, but then they reproduce the same thing online. I think we're seeing some of that with what happened with Zoom, with all of us using Zoom. In some ways, many teachers go back to an old-fashioned style of teaching, partly because it's very hard to do group work and pair work on Zoom. And so this is what I mean by the animal farm effect. The animal farm, remember, the pigs originally said walking on two legs is bad, walking on four legs is good. And that's part of the revolution until the pigs become in charge, and then they begin walking on two legs. And they say walking on four legs is good, but walking on two legs is better. And yes, I think that is Snowball or Napoleon, Tatiana, the pig in my picture here. Technology in general also has a tendency of using all the right words that make it sound really good, especially to us as English teachers. As English teachers, words like interactive and personalized and games are part of what we do all the time in classroom and the things that we like. Unfortunately, I think education technology in some cases uses these words in different ways. So interactive becomes more interacting with the software and not between people always. Personalization is about how the software adapts to you personally, not about how it's asking you personal questions. And gamification is a good example of gamification isn't necessarily games like we think of it, but they is sort of adding points and motivational devices, points, stars, experience, etc., to help you keep going. So they're sort of different interpretations of these words, but because the words are very positive, we sort of say, oh, well, who's going to be against gamification? Who's against interactive? How could you be against that? Anyway, my last 15 minutes, I've been going quite strong against technology, myths in technology, even though I love them, yeah? But I think there are also myths that we have as English teachers in our profession, yeah? And I think Babak, I'm just reading, he talked about a bitter truth that applies to many spheres of life, and he was talking about Animal Farm. But I think taking what Babak just said there, the idea of stories that we tell in a sphere happens in other spheres as well. So even though these stories are very common in technology, we have our own stories in English language teaching. Let me share with you some of those. One is that in ELT, we believe, or we often teach, that the methods that we use were on a history, were in a straight line. It's sort of like back here, when we were on this side, on the far left side, that's when we were all doing translation and teaching in a very old-fashioned way. And slowly, we began to walk upright and then teach communicatively, and now whatever, post-communicative. Yeah, so the history of methods is often presented as a story of progression. Yeah. But as Scott Thornbury writes, most training and methodology texts include a section on the history of methods that takes the form of a modernist narrative. That's of one uninterrupted progress from darkness into light. But he says, in fact, it's not really true. Lots of the times we're going backwards and forwards, there's jumps, and then some parts are still staying in one. It's not necessarily been an uninterrupted progress into the light. Yeah. So sometimes things are built on, we go back to something before, not everyone has moved on. It's not exactly in that style. Another myth that we have is it's more than a myth. It's more like in some parts of ELT is a monster or a negative thing is the idea of the backpacker teacher. The backpacker teacher is usually like a young American or British person or Australian who goes and teaches without having any training or any knowledge, really. And so the idea is, let me just show you, the idea is that, like, for example, a native speaker of English, great social skills, and teaches really cheap, yeah? $3 an hour or whatever, right? And that's often considered a negative thing in our field, yeah? But we also get technology saying, let technology take care of our content, yeah? So let the technology take care of the grammar, vocabulary, and everything. And the most important thing is for the teacher to be the human side of this. Yeah, to the Moodle or whatever will take care of all the technical parts, but the teacher will be the human side. But if that's true, then that means that we are allowing more of these people if they don't need to have this, if they don't need to have the training. If the technology is going to do it for them, then you can just hire cheaper teachers. The final story that we often tell ourselves, and every time I go to Turkey, I often meet with schools where they say, we're trying to teach not traditionally. We teach too much grammar. Our teachers teach too much grammar. Have you heard this? People say teachers teach too much grammar. That's a big thing that we say in ELT a lot, yeah? That it's old-fashioned to teach too much grammar, that we are obsessed with grammar as teachers. And this is not a good thing, right? So that we don't do enough of other stuff. We always teach grammar, yeah? But in technology, the technology that is coming out is all about grammar and vocabulary. Not all, but a lot of it. A lot of the apps, a lot of the programs, a lot of the stuff, the digital stuff in a course is grammar and vocabulary. So to summarize this, here's my takeaway points. If as a profession we left behind or replaced old-fashioned methods, how do we deal with the fact that lots of language education technology follows elements of these methods? If a problem in English language teaching is untrained practitioners who teach just because they are native speakers, how do we deal with arguments that technology can deal with the professional bits of teaching and that teachers are not necessary except to be a nurturing presence? And if we think it's not good to teach so much grammar and vocabulary, how do we deal with adaptive learning technology that needs to test discrete item knowledge in order to work? Okay. So my question is, like with any myths, there is an element of truth, but are these myths good or are they hurting us? And I suspect that sometimes these myths might be hurting us. And I think we're hearing a new myth now, as I'm coming into the last 10 minutes of my presentation. The new myth is there's a new story coming out, not a myth in the sense, but a new story coming out. And the new story is being called, people are referring to it in technology circles as the techlash. So the techlash is the backlash against technology. So we've had so much technology over the past 20 years. Now there's beginning to become a backlash. People are beginning to question it. So here are some examples of stuff from the techlash. Newspaper articles. I was devastated. The man who created the World Wide Web has some regrets. Steve Jobs never wanted us to use our iPhones like this. It's pretty easy to talk instead. People react to the French phone ban. Yeah. And I think with the COVID-19, we've also had a lot of questioning about technology, because now, in a way, the end of the world event that technology people were talking about sort of happened, where everyone all of a sudden had to teach online all the time. We get there's a reckoning that's beginning to happen of online learning during the pandemic. So online learning before the pandemic was something you could plan for, you could prepare, but all of a sudden during the pandemic, all of us went online together at the same time and had to teach and figure it out. And so for some people it went well, but for others, it did not go so well. And here are some examples of headlines from the recent criticisms. Yeah. Online classrooms turn out to be a nightmare for teachers in the lockdown. These are from the States, but think if this is true. Remote learning is a bad joke. These are from parents. The results of remote learning, it didn't work. Now, I think this is not necessarily true. For some people it did, but for others it didn't. And again, I come back to my initial thing about looking at the contexts and use. Yeah. And I think one thing that would be dangerous for us after this pandemic is to say everything went really well because we all had Zoom. I think we need to also look at what went wrong, how that went wrong, not repeat those mistakes, and so on. Yeah. My concluding thoughts are the following. Yeah. And then if there's a couple of questions, maybe I'll have time. I don't want this to be a criticism of your tech project. If you're into technology and it's your passion, stay with it. We need you. We need people who are passionate about it. We need your passion to make it better and to make it work for us. But it is about thinking about the language that we use and the stories we tell about technology. Sometimes these stories are used to push for change. So there are very big interests, commercial interests, money interests behind this that are pushing these stories to make sure that we change things. And I think we need to be realistic that technology does have potential. It does. I'm doing this via technology with you, so I'm not denying its potential. But also we need to be realistic what it cannot do. Yeah. And I think the pandemic is making us deal with some uncomfortable truths about what we can and cannot do. Yeah. But it doesn't mean we give up. We just get critical and get real about it. Some of the stories about education technology may be hurting us. I think the technology industry is going to be pushing back on this backlash. So the negative things that have happened to us during lockdown with technology, there will be an attempt to push back on that. It doesn't mean we don't ever do technology, but we just remember and try to work out ways that we can make it work better for us. And what I'm saying is history can help us here, and context matters. We are living through a very important moment in history, and we can learn from this, remember this, and realize that we also have choices, okay? And that we can progress. Thank you very much. I'll finish with this nice image here of my tsunami. And if there are questions that went into the thing, Steve, I don't know if you want to read some of those questions. I've got another 5 minutes here. I want to thank everyone for being so polite and listening, and for your comments and everything as well. Steve, is there anything that you wanted to bring up?
Well, firstly, Lindsay, thank you very much. I mean, what a great session to start the morning off. I really enjoyed that. Thank you so much. Really enlightening, really informative. It gave me lots to think. And I was actually cracking up with laughter at the beginning, actually, with some of your stories. So thank you for spreading a little bit of joy.
Problem. That was a
very
nice
early morning.
You notice how the light, have you noticed also, everybody, how the sun has come up in Spain? Like when I was here at the beginning, it was dark, and look at all the nice sunlight coming into my room now.
Beautiful weather there. Yeah, great. No, really, Lindsay, thank you so much for your great contribution to the start of the second day here at the event.
Very much for having
There is a Q&A, guys. There is a Q&A tab that you can see for questions there. At the minute, we haven't received any questions, I guess because you've delivered such a wholesome, complete presentation that there was just no need for questions. There were questions coming in the chat box occasionally.
Yeah, and I saw some of those. I saw lots of very good points and people agreeing or maybe trying to point out something. Someone made the point a couple of times that what's important about technology is what we create with it. I totally agree. That is important, that as well, that technology for creative purposes and making things is also by and large a good thing. I always enjoy seeing like what students come up with. So yeah,
great. No, thank you, Lindsay. Are there any questions from the participants here now? Any final questions before the end of Lindsay's session? But I hope all of you out there really enjoyed Lindsay's talk this morning. I think you did. I guess you did. How we have a question just popping up at the the last minute. Oh,
yeah.
it's from Ebru. Can we have the presentation,
I
please?
knew that was going to
we
PDF, or I don't know, does this get recorded, or?
We've recorded it, and we will be publishing all of the videos on our website in a couple of weeks. In a week or so's time, we'll have everything on the website, and we'll be getting the message out.
Babak and Ebru, thank you for your comments in the Q&A as well. Babak says it's
supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
And
yes, thank you.
My hat off to you, Babak, for being able to write that word out. That's amazing. Thank you, Hela. Thank you, Oznur. Thank you, Anna. Sorry if I'm pronouncing names wrongly, but thank you very much, Melik, and everybody else as well.
Excellent.
I wish you all the best for the rest of your day. I'll be dropping in and out of sessions and stuff, hopefully.
Thanks, Lindsay.
And yes, all the best, everybody. And I hope to see you. I hope to see you in the future, when on the other side of all of this, when I can see you in person and we can sort of have a coffee. I always enjoyed at conferences in Turkey, the coffee breaks and the cakes. So now I'm just going to go and have my own coffee, I suppose.
Well, hopefully we haven't all retired by then, Lindsay. No, I'm sure we'll be coming out of it as soon as we can.
Stay safe, everybody. Be well, and I'll see you again soon. Steve, thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you. Talk to you again. Could you allow me to share my screen?
Yes,
there we are. Brilliant.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Yep, thank you for that, Lindsay. Really, really grateful. Thank you. Sorry, let me just get to my slides again. For some reason, they keep jumping around, but okay. So everybody, that was the opening to the second day of the UES Virtual ELT Summit Recharge. Huge thanks to Lindsay again for his contribution, and also to Helbling English for sponsoring Lindsay to be a part of this event. We will now be taking a short break. Okay, but after the break, you can see in the schedule there that we have the 3 concurrent workshops planned with Pinash, with Senem, and also with Teresa as well. You can access any of those talks on the website that you use to come into this session now. As with yesterday, you should see a Join Now button in green next to the sessions 10 minutes before the start of those sessions. So these are the sessions that I'll leave you with for now, and we're going to be taking a break, and we will come back at 11:20 for the concurrent sessions, and then I will see you this afternoon following lunch for Beth's plenary. So thanks, everybody. Looking forward to seeing you a little bit later, and have a great day and a great concurrent workshop session with the UES team. Thanks, everybody. A very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the final leg of the UES Autumn Recharge Summit. It's great to have so many of you rejoining us following the lunch break, although I'm not so sure it was a lunch break and perhaps more of a brunch, I would guess, knowing how things are here in Turkey. Typically, the Sunday morning brunch is usually my most favorite meal of the week. There's nothing better, and I'm not a Turkish nationalist by any means, but there's nothing better for me than a Turkish breakfast, that's for sure. Welcome back, everybody. It's great to have so many of you rejoining us this afternoon. I'm glad that you're all still hanging in there. As mentioned, we are in the final leg of the summit, and it seems to be going really well so far. Fingers crossed we will avoid any technical problems this afternoon. So for today, then, we're going to finish this afternoon with 2 more plenary sessions. Beth in a moment, and then I will hopefully summarize the summit at the end for you, and then we will move on to the raffle. So a very good afternoon to everybody joining on this Sunday. I hope you're all keeping healthy, safe and well, and warm as well. The temperature in Istanbul seems to have dropped a little bit in the last day or two. So good afternoon. Afiyet olsun. So just a reminder on the raffle then for this afternoon, we will be doing the raffle from about 3:30 after my session. But the only way you can participate in the raffle is if you attend my session from 2:30 p.m. today. And the idea is we're going to run the attendee list in an Excel document, and we're going to transfer it onto a spinning wheel. And then the spinning wheel will randomly choose some of you to be prize winners. Exciting. So that's the raffle that's coming up a little bit later on. So we've had Lindsay kicking us off this morning with a fantastic opening plenary. We've just finished 3 excellent concurrent workshops with Pinar, with Senem, and with Teresa. Thanks and much love to all 3 of you for your contributions to the event. And then now we're going to be moving on to Beth Havinger. And firstly, I'd just like to start by thanking our dear colleagues at Highlights Library for sponsoring Beth to join us today from Germany. So Beth Havinger, with just under 2 decades working in the education industry, from teaching through to management, purchasing, education sales, curriculum writing, teacher training, publishing, library management and sales, digital publishing and integration, and also education software. She's passionately dedicated to improving the education space, helping companies and communities to develop the tools and strategies that educators and students need to support and improve their learning experiences. She's worked with thousands of schools, ministries of education and education software, publishing and development companies in over 40 countries. And she's really excited about supporting growth through education opportunities. So I would like to welcome Beth along to join us for this session. Just everybody, if you're going to put comments in the chat box, please, 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 please send them to the panelists and all attendees. Otherwise, nobody can see your comments. So just be careful of that. Okay, let's move on with Beth. So without further ado, and with great warmth and applause, we welcome Beth Havinger for her plenary this afternoon on using current skills to empower students for the future. Beth, are you there?
I am.
Oh, hi, Beth. Yes,
Hi.
you're there. Hello.
Hi. Thank you so much for the introduction.
Our pleasure, Beth. All the best. Yeah, thank you.
I'll start sharing my screen. Fantastic. So looking at this year, we have had such a challenging year that we've experienced together. During the initial lockdown period at the start of this year, 31% of school children worldwide, so that's 463 million students, weren't seen by their teachers or schools and couldn't be reached by the learning activities that were implemented during the school closures. We know that there's a number of reasons why, from missing digital infrastructure through to children supporting their parents who work and just about everything else in between. In Italy, these children even received their own term. They were called the lost children. For the first time ever, education has become a central theme globally. And we've seen through this year the incredible possibilities for the future, as well as many difficult gaps. Globally, we've been seeing just what an important role education and schools play in the lives of not only our children and our students, but also their families, their friendship groups, the wider community, and even our entire economies. We're working in the most important field moving forward. For the first time this year, we've seen such a rapid shift within all levels of education. And even though it's been hard, it's been really exciting to see the opportunities that are appearing. We started seeing the use of all different types of media in just about every single country, from online to radio to TV. Multiple countries quickly developed and implemented TV broadcasts to try and reach as many students as possible. Others tried radio solutions, and many tried to have everything online, which at times led to everything collapsing because of the usage. We've also seen multiple modes of delivery that haven't necessarily been trialed before, anything from polls through to Q&A sessions through to one-on-ones and breakouts. We've also seen a real focus on the social aspects of schooling, with a number of studies now excitingly looking into what an impact education can have on the students' lives and their well-being. We've seen brand new digital systems being implemented and trialed. And we've seen flexibility come into the education and teaching structures where certain frameworks or rules that we've been following have been softened during this time to allow for a more intuitive experience. Excitingly, we've seen the four walls of the traditional classroom that have at times been boxing us in being opened. We've been seeing learning from all different types of environments. We've been seeing learning from different spaces. And another exciting thing to come from this time is the focus on the actual learning time. Through a number of studies that were conducted in the Australasian region, for example, we found that mostly, despite a school day being anywhere up to 8 to 9 hours, the actual learning time of a school day was between 3 to 4 hours maximum. And so it's been interesting with this knowledge to try and see how we can use that time effectively in a digital environment or in an environment of homeschooling, where there's asynchronous learning, or even focusing on keeping meeting times or presentation times short. Looking more at the topic of time, a study conducted directly after the first school closures looked into how students spent their time during the day during the first lockdown period. And even when school or education environments offered possibilities for learning, this is how our students use their time. You can see that a majority of them listened to music, or were watching YouTube, were watching Netflix or Hulu, Amazon. A lot of them were watching TV. A smaller percentage of them were actually using this time to learn. A number of them were focusing on things that were good for their emotional and psychological well-being, whether that was interacting with their families or their friends, making sure they were getting out, which is extremely important. But it was interesting to see that given their own, or being left to their own devices, how the students were spending this time. The time that we've had, or looking at this time, has also shown us some of the biggest shortcomings in the education structures we've been teaching in to date. We've seen that the infrastructure that's been in a lot of the schools hasn't been enough. So we've seen multiple scenarios where there's been not enough internet access or devices. We've also seen that pedagogy hasn't necessarily kept up with societal changes. We've seen that the psychology of kids who've been kept at home has been negatively influenced at times, that there's a huge effect that the psychology of the entire family has and the stress that that family feels on the education goals. We've seen that the learning goals and curriculum that we've been implementing maybe don't really translate to other media or to other environments. Even things as simple as just some of the testing structures we've used to date don't necessarily translate through other media. We've also seen a huge gap in financial issues and infrastructure and equality. And we're seeing multiple governments around the entire world looking at how they can suddenly and quickly come to fill in those gaps. We've seen financial packages that are being sent off by just about every government around the world, trying to quickly step up and fill in these gaps that we've all known have been there for almost decades. But it's exciting to see this finally happening. We've also seen a huge effect that education has been having on society in general. We've seen that parents, grandparents, and the economy have also been affected by this time. We've seen, even from my own experience, looking after a 2-year-old and working full-time, as my husband is also working full-time, trying to split our days up so that we can provide our child with a quality time, but also being able to reach our work goals. We've also seen that there weren't any unified plans ready, or even as we've moved forward in this year, there haven't really been unified plans to implement, or very few. So what are some of the things we've learned from this time? And how can they inform the choices that we're making? We've seen some of the tools that are also using based off this extra study that we looked at just before. And we can see that for learning, what the students were predominantly using was YouTube and Wikipedia. Some of the things that schools or governments or even universities were providing them for free, documentaries, etc., these weren't really being used. The students were using the tools that they felt most comfortable with, the ones that they recognized the most. And this means that maybe we need to start rethinking how we're putting together our lessons and our education scenarios for this time. In the work I do as part of a European Education Alliance, we've been discussing the best models that help schools and educators through this year. We kept seeing the same results over and over. Everyone was struggling with the technical issues. Even the countries that had the best digital infrastructures were struggling to implement pedagogy that worked during this time. So no one has to feel bad about this. Everyone had the same issue. In fact, though, the countries and regions that were having the most success during this time weren't necessarily the ones with the best infrastructure. They were the ones that were really using a project-based approach. So project-based learning is a method where students learn actively by engaging in real-world and personally meaningful projects. They can make learning come alive for the students and for the teachers. Students can work on a project over an extended period of time, for up to a week or a semester, that engages them in solving real-world problems together. They can then independently demonstrate their knowledge and skills by creating a presentation or a product at the end of this project time. As a result of project-based approaches, students develop deep content knowledge, as well as critical thinking, collaboration, creativity, communication skills, and this really unleashes a creative energy among the students and the teachers. And in a lot of the countries where we saw students still progressing at a really good rate through their learning during the school closure, it was because they'd already been using these approaches and already were used to independently learning, working together as groups, and really going in depth in their learning environments. No matter where we've looked this year, we've seen the same challenges and realizations. We've seen the same shared hurdles in just about every country. We've seen that infrastructure is not the main determiner of success, although it's extremely important moving into a digital environment. We've seen that new challenges for teaching and learning exist, that teacher training and ongoing professional development is a huge key factor in determining the success of any kind of online environment. However, a paper studying the initial school closures this year from the OECD found that less than 40% of educators feel ready to use digital technologies in teaching. And this proved to be a common theme in just about every country. Even those that were well prepared from an infrastructure or device perspective still experienced the same difficulties, with educators struggling to implement such a rapid and intense change. Now I'm going to ask you to help us as well. And I'm going to ask you to, either on the device you're on right now or on your phone, go to the website menti.com and enter the code that you see on the screen. So that's 2230881. I'm going to switch screens very quickly, so you'll see a slight break. And then we'll see what your answers are. We're looking at what your biggest challenges were this year, and you have a possibility to share up to 3 of those. So you should see the code again now. I'll put it in the chat as well. So it's 2230881. And we'll see what you can come up with here. Some interesting words we're seeing here and things that we've also seen in some of the things I've been presenting. Give you a couple more minutes to keep adding to that. So I think as we're seeing more words come into this, some of the key problems that you've been facing or some of the challenges are staying fairly similar. So parents seem to be a very big one, as well as those missing students, the students that haven't been there or aren't contactable during the times that you're teaching. Also the motivation aspect, which is very true. And we've been looking at all the ways that students have been actually using their time as opposed to what they could be doing when they have learning opportunities presented to them. Fantastic. Such a great collection of everything that you've been experiencing from so many of you. Thank you. I'm seeing some words appear here that we're going to start discussing next as well. So I'm going to give you a couple more seconds, then I'm going to close the voting and we'll leave it at that so you can see that. Yeah, it's a great number of challenges that we've been facing. But I hope you also see that you're not alone in some of the challenges that you've been working through. As we've seen there, it seems that a lot of them are dealing with similar challenges. So I'm closing the voting now, and the last ones will come in then. So as you can see there, from what we have, technology is a huge issue, as we've been discussing, motivations, technical issues. So that's anything with internet connection, communication, teaching online, social distancing, connection to the students or connection in general. And our 3 biggest ones are the motivation, those missing students that we were talking about, and parents. And I think this is one of the other things we were looking at just before when we said that education has played such a central role in this year, and in the fact that it has such a huge effect, not only within the education institutions, but also within the families. And I think this year has been one where we've seen more parents actively involved, whether that's in a good way or a bad way, because of the fact that they're actually seeing what's going on and because of the stresses that they've been feeling as well. I'm going to switch screens again. I'll move back to my other screen. Thank you so much for sharing all of your ideas. So, as part of the work I've been doing, which is on a global advisory board, we've been looking at some of the biggest challenges, but also the most exciting possibilities that we've seen in this year. And I have to say that a lot of the things that I'm about to discuss are things that I saw within all of your responses as well. One of the main challenges that we've seen everywhere has been digital equity. What does that even mean? Means that not all of our students or our teachers have started with the same knowledge base or had the same access to learning because of the accessibility of digital infrastructure. So that's things we saw in your word cloud around connectivity, internet, devices, infrastructure, and things like that. It also means that we haven't had the same access to skills training. That's things that are the digital foundations we need to be able to work effectively in digital environments. Means that a lot of us haven't had the same access to learning conditions. It means that some of the most meaningful learning opportunities have been taken away from some of our children, even the ghost children then, or especially the ghost children. It means that the quality digital technologies haven't been available to everybody. And we've been seeing across the board that digital literacy skills have been missing, not only from students, but also from teachers, from parents. One of the things that were being purchased the fastest in Germany during the first period were things like printers, because no one had any at home anymore. So there's been some interesting challenges there. One thing about digital equity, however, is that it normally reflects what's happening in the general economy or social environment. So there's certain limits as to what, especially you as teachers, are able to influence here. Another thing we've seen as a big challenge has been how properly to assess our students and capture the results of those learning assessments during this time. Without being able to see students or interact with them, we've lost important cues that really help us assess progress, interaction, motivation. And we've seen that schools and educators are starting to rethink their definition of success and create new indicators for student success. These could be things like measuring levels of interaction, leadership within smaller groups, group work within breakout sessions, among many others. Meaningfully capturing and assessing learning requires attention to which digital tools or analog tools you can effectively use, and how to design the learning process around what's available to you. Choosing the tools that we want to use has also become a key challenge. Oftentimes, these are presented to us by institutions or even governments that we work with or for. However, solutions that we implement need to be able to capture all of these new types of learning information, support different types of delivery, so offering different ways of questioning our students, whether that be through polls, Q&As, etc., reflecting a variety of learning environments, and accommodating and comparing different types of assessment structures, especially in hybrid situations. So being able to accommodate both online and offline, both group and individual learning, they're things that have been challenging. Another issue that we've seen globally is the challenge that educators have had in implementing the pedagogies and practices that they've used up to now or were trained to use within these new situations. In all the countries I've been in contact with, the following points have been seen as absolutely necessary as we look to the future of education and our work. So redefining what good teaching practices are, especially within a digital environment, reframing the idea about how we're training our teachers, even the youngest student teachers that are coming up with us, and providing them with different toolkits that they're able to implement within their classrooms. Ongoing professional development opportunities and the way that these are shared within educational institutions For example, a lot of schools have started to explore the option of their educators recording their experiences after professional development and having those learnings then made available to all the other teachers in their school as part of an almost library of training materials, meaning they can learn from one another. And also embracing new pedagogies. And these can also encompass all the new technological trends that are coming through. So I've been focusing on some of the negative aspects and some of the major challenges. But what about some of the things that have been working well, or some of the things that can be really exciting moving forward? One of these is personalization. We've been seeing that in this digital environment, a lot of the tasks have been more individualized, or we've been relying on students to be able to learn themselves individually, that they're able to choose their topic and especially their learning pace in some of these digital environments, and that learning strategies can also be very individual, that they can come up with their own ways of presenting their knowledge and skills. We've also seen in a lot of areas a new definition of learner groups, that classrooms or class groupings that we've had up to date, which have been very focused on age grouping, are maybe not the best groupings that we can use for these environments. Instead, maybe focusing on competency groupings, or even completely mixed competency groupings with students that are struggling put together with students that can help them or help each other, or even groups that are very alike in their challenges or their successes. We've also seen that learning milestones can be completely reframed, so that it's not necessarily just a ticking off of each of the different segments that a student's reaching, but then also looking at the other competencies around those. And in general, an orientation away from just strict subject-based assessment and moving on towards more holistic assessment opportunities. I've mentioned already a couple of times, but the studies from this year have shown that the incredible impact that education has on the social and emotional well-being of not only a child's development, but also the entire environment within which that child finds itself. What we've seen this year is a really positive shift in teaching and learning towards a focus on learning experiences that can build a student's character, identity, and encourage creative and social risk-taking. This is seen as a key aspect for learning institutions moving forward by developing empathy. So being able to put yourself in the situation of another person and understanding what they're going through. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to agree with their opinions and ideas, but does mean you have a deeper understanding of motivations and reactions. Teaching determination or grit, persistence, keeping on going with things, being able to see things through, and increased flexibility. So being able to really change. We see in the chat as well, resilience. And I think that's a very important point as well as adaptability, being able to really change, being able to take the situation as it is, and then be able to implement your knowledge. Moving forward, an important aspect of this will be developing new ways to measure for each of these points, so empathy, determination, resilience, persistence, flexibility, but then also measure for things like collaboration, problem solving, and even a student's place in society and how they're finding their way. Another positive aspect is looking at autonomy in learning. So being able to, as a student, choose how you access the content that you're going to be learning, choose how you organize your learning path and your learning space. Choose also how you present your learning successes or goals. And also how you make your own decisions. Also choosing, as from a student's perspective, how they manage their time. So those 3 to 4 hours of active learning every day, how they can manage that with across all of the subjects that they're learning, and taking into consideration their home environments as well. And so what does this mean, or what does this even look like in practice? The picture that you see here is an example from a school in the Netherlands. And this is one school that's already been implementing some of these things. But what we can be looking forward to moving forward are things like different learning groupings that I was discussing before, putting together groups of learners not based around their age groups, but around interests, around real world situations, around specific projects, around competencies, their ability levels. Having things like learning coaches within each of these learning groupings, as well as subject experts or educators. Instead of learning according to a specific curriculum where we're ticking off certain boxes of things they need to have learned, learning in specific sort of challenge sprints where they're able to have project-based goals that they can be reaching towards that encompass all of those different points we've been looking at. Also looking to have specialist spaces for each of the different subject bases. And the possibility to inspire, not only just having to work through specific subject texts or different parts of the subject, but really looking to also inspire from real world scenarios. And learning in real life settings, a key thing for this school, and not only this school, also others, is that they include, for example, always the use of mobile phones. They believe that taking mobile phones away from the students isn't actually teaching them how to learn in a setting that they will then need later in their life, especially in working environments. And also the full inclusion of parents and home life so that they can really have a holistic view of their students. So what does this mean for us? It could seem rather dire and that so much has been going wrong, and it can be hard to find a good place to start implementing some of the change. However, there's something that we need to keep in mind for this year. Imagine that you're going to a restaurant and you've been told to expect something phenomenal. You're envisaging a 3-course meal, and instead you get a sandwich that was put together very quickly with ingredients that were left over from the day before. Sure, you still get to eat something, you're not going to starve if you eat the sandwich, but if suddenly everyone made that sandwich the standard on which they based all good meals from then on, I don't think we'd be happy, especially listening to the comments from Stephen before about the amazing brunches that you've been able to have. We've been presented with a scenario this year that was instantly challenging, and I think everyone learned so much. We've tried new things, but the one thing to remember is that this situation is not something all of us were trained for. It's not something that we could expect, and it's okay if everything or not everything that we tried worked. What this year has given us is the opportunity to try new things, the possibility to see what can work, where our own boundaries are, so that we can start developing new structures and strategies that will help us in the longer term. So what are some of those longer term things that we should be aware of? As we've seen this year, digital literacy and skills are playing a vital role in our education systems. Moving forward, however, we're expecting that 9 out of 10 jobs are going to require at least minimal digital skills. And it will be up to all of us educating our students to support the acquisition or the learning of these skills. So now it's your time to participate again. I've put a little quiz up. It's using exactly the same code, which I'll enter in again. So 2230881. And I'm going to switch screens again. This time I want us to think about what is it that we need to be teaching moving forward. And while I'm switching screens, I think all of you can already jump into voting. So seeing some takers for creativity. Creativity certainly seems to be leading at this stage. See what happens. As language teachers as well, it's sad that no one's thinking languages are very important moving forward. Thank you. It's definitely not an exhaustive list, that's for sure. But at least it gives us a good indication, especially considering a lot of what we've been hearing out of education circles in the past years has been very strongly focused on the science, technology, engineering, maths, the coding aspect of things. And so it's interesting to see what we actually think we will be needing. Okay, I'll give you a couple more minutes to or seconds just to put some of your answers in, and then I'll close out the voting again. Okay, I'm going to close it out for right now. Okay, and we can see that out of these responses, the two things that we here think are the most important that we need to be teaching will be creativity and critical thinking. Let's see how that measures up with some of the other things we've been seeing to date. I will switch screens again really quickly. If I can make that work. Okay. Almost there. Fantastic. So now we should be back to the other screen. The World Economic Forum, they publish a list of the top skills that schools should be teaching pretty regularly. This last one came out this year, or a couple of weeks ago, actually. And it shows pretty much what you were all thinking with your summaries there, that the key skills that we're going to be needing moving forward or by 2025 are things like critical thinking, complex problem solving, creativity, leadership, resilience. So thank you again for that comment too. Reasoning, problem solving, being able to ideate, being able to come up with new learning strategies. There's also technology use. In the last couple of lists that the World Economic Forum have brought out, this hasn't been as strongly represented. So it's interesting that this is coming out from this year. So that's the things that the World Economic Forum believes schools should be teaching. What about the other side? What do employers actually want of the students that we're sending to them essentially after we've finished educating them? I think this one's very interesting. So they're looking as well, according to The Economist, employers are looking as well for communication, critical thinking, leadership. What I find very interesting though, especially for you, is that digital literacy and foreign language skills are very on par with one another. So they're two things that most employers will hope or believe that their employees will be able to have. So the skills, the ability to use digital environments in a meaningful manner, and the ability to speak other languages. Also things like entrepreneurship, leadership, general literacy, which is also extremely important, and of course teamwork within a work environment. You might be thinking, okay, maybe that's just a general thing. What happens if we even look at some of the really, really digital companies? What do they look for when they're hiring? And even one of the most famous digital companies at the moment is looking for the same things that you all were mentioning, and also in the chat, looking at things like being a good leader, being a good coach, communication skills, empathy, being able to really be a great problem solver and critical thinker, being able to ideate, make connections across completely complex ideas. And I think, how do we put this then into practice? One of the world's most well-known companies devoted to developing playful learning solutions, Lego, through the Lego Foundation and research that they've conducted, has suggested that these competencies are just the ones that we've been looking at, so the critical thinking, digital literacy, etc. They're just a first step that the learner needs to take, and that our teachers and schools need to be thinking beyond just single units of learning, so that they can see the learner as a whole in the environment that they're within the society. They go really further, or a lot further, and suggest that it's important to connect learning situations directly with the wider society and also the future. This means bringing real world and real life examples into the teaching and learning experiences, connecting to local examples, by creating direct connections into the community, whether that be local industry partners or networks, and really seeing the learner in their entirety, not just with the lens of a single subject. So that sounds great. And the goals and the 15-year plans look fantastic. But what does it look like for our students right now? The fact is that only 2% of students are capable of reflected use of digital learning systems and media. This means they're not only able to use different systems and media in the right settings, but also being able to reflect and truly understand what the use of these different media or systems mean, how they work, what is behind them, what happens to information that goes into them or data, especially personal data. Where does the information they present then come from? Who's even writing some of that information? What kind of agenda do they have? But this seems somehow so at odds with the world that we live in, which is so fast paced and where every single minute so much is happening and being consumed digitally. I mean, even just looking at what happens in an internet minute, which I think is a fantastic overview, there's so much going on digitally. But there's not as much really meaningful contact with understanding what's behind this. There's a lot of consumption that is happening, but not as much actual creation or work. Let's put some of this into context, though, if we're thinking that the students aren't very digitally literate. However, they're extremely digitally active. And in fact, 21% of youths or young people at 9th grade level can only read at a primary school level. So literacy and literacy competencies are key to unlocking all the other skill sets our students are going to need. And what are these other skills? How can we get from teaching content in a classroom to equipping our learners with the skills that they're going to require in the workforce, or the skills that the World Economic Forum are claiming are necessary within the next 15 years? We can look at the 21st century skill sets. And here they really differentiate between foundational literacies, competencies, and character qualities. So we have foundational literacies, which is our subject learning approach, the competencies, and they're the things that we've been discussing this morning that you also found, or this afternoon, that you also found so interesting in your work, the critical thinking and problem solving, the creativity. And then also some of those character qualities that the employers are looking for, that the World Economic Forum is seeing as so important: resilience, initiative, curiosity, leadership, awareness within their own culture. There are different interpretations of these skill sets as required for teaching and learning in the 21st century. Even others expand on that further. So they look at content knowledge bases. So they're all the different subjects, and that's the knowledge that a student really needs to have been able to amass during their time in their education, as well as defining learning skills. So they're the things that the other 21st century skills looked at as competencies, learning skills like how to learn properly, which includes then critical thinking, creativity, the communication we see, the collaboration. Also then including information, media, and technology skills. So that's the media literacy, the digital literacy, ICT literacy, what's even in the devices we're using, how do we make them work? Even things like understanding the back doors that some companies are now putting in different devices to have access to the information we put into them. And then also life skills, how to be flexible, how to be adaptive, how to be resilient, how to be productive, how to show responsibility and also be a leader. So in fact, a good way of imagining this is that for every task that we are teaching, we can be supporting each set of competencies or skills. While teaching specific subject knowledge can be really beneficial then to think of the other competencies that we are empowering our students with at the same time. For example, creativity, or in the case of language learning, communication, collaboration, and critical thinking. And even looking at the life skills that are part of our lessons, showing or understanding empathy, looking at and learning social norms, and which digital tools, if any, will enhance our teaching and learning experience, or which are available to us that could also then lead to helping with the skill acquisition in digital literacy, ICT literacy, even media literacy, how we deal with the sites that we're looking at, especially considering what the students have been using, be that YouTube or Wikipedia, understanding how they're using that and where that information comes from. In this way, we're preparing our students for the future by focusing on developing necessary competencies through the subject knowledge that we're teaching. And by including these other competencies in the lesson planning and also in the assessment of our respective subjects, we are starting to empower our students to not only be strong in the subject we're teaching, but also have the skill sets that they will need for their futures. Another thing to keep in mind that's very related are 21st century learning spaces. So they're learning environments that actually support the 21st century learning skills that we've just been looking at. They're spaces that can really network the entire area. So that's even going into outside environments, home environments, into other learning spaces within the community, and integrating technology across all of those. They can be completely multifunctional and flexible so that you can change that space to be what you need it to be when you're teaching, depending on what you want or what your subject and what your goals need. They offer transparency. So oftentimes you'll see that that 21st century learning spaces use a lot of glass so that you can actually see other people learning, or they have different learning groups learning within the same space so that they can inspire each other in the way that they're learning or teaching, and that they can offer a different insight into the way that others learn so that those learning skills and life skills are also able to be learned. They are safe. And that means looking at the different aspects, especially when we're in a digital environment, of bullying online, of how to moderate things or tools that we're using, and also how we are building those spaces. And they network the learning space within the local environment. So this means being able to reach out and have a connection to local industry, local businesses, also even into the nature that is around the learning environment. And they connect different learning spaces and possibilities. And that's something we've been seeing so strongly in this year, is the ability to connect home with school, or at least the initial trials that we've been doing with this, and to connect different spaces that everybody is in and still be able to learn together. And extremely importantly, they consider lifelong learning. So things that aren't just focused on this one segment of learning, but really look to see where the future skills, where the competencies are lying moving forward. So moving forward, how can we implement all of this? We know that competencies are changing along with the demands that society is making on our workforce and learning institutions. We also know that it will be necessary to start thinking beyond the boundaries of just focusing on subject-based work within the classroom. It will become increasingly important to include learning skills, life skills, digital skills in all the work that we do, and think about our subjects holistically. The abilities that we and our learners bring to their lessons and classrooms in digital skills will inform what we are able to implement and teach of the foundational and subject-based literacies that we were looking at before. So that's all the different subjects that a student needs to be acquiring essentially during their education journey. And as we've seen this year, digital skills and digital access has been determining whether or not learners and teachers are able to access the content and have the ability to teach the content that is required for the subject-based learning approaches that we need. Most importantly, and we've been saying this a lot today, we need to be flexible, and we need to support our learners by teaching them flexibility and resiliency. This will be an essential skill moving forward, and that one that we can embrace within our own teaching practices. We've received new opportunities to test and implement different learning and teaching techniques in this year. And if things don't work the first time, or even at all, we need to be ready to change our tactics, but also allow ourselves to learn from these situations without being too critical of our own teaching skills or our own practices in this time. If you can do that, you have an incredible chance to build on your own teaching skills and develop a toolkit of flexible solutions that you can implement in any environment. This year, we've been provided with a rare glimpse into the future of learning and teaching, and we've been able to quickly see both the positive aspects and challenging hurdles on this path. Today, we've been looking at both of these, things that have worked really well and things that have been challenging to us. And as you all shared, there's been a lot of challenges in this year. It can also allow us now to leverage the knowledge and start putting our learnings into practice within the classroom in whatever form that classroom takes place. As ELT professionals, you're already combining a variety of necessary competencies. For example, global citizenship, communication. You're training their problem-solving skills and enabling communication skills and teamwork. In order to best empower our students for the future and they're inheriting and the job market they're going to belong to, it's important to find a really good balance between teaching foundational subject competencies, learning skills, and life skills. We have this interesting chance to test new models and ideas in these brand new learning situations we're finding ourselves in. It's important to remember that this is an exceptional situation, a sandwich, if you will, and one that no one had been able to really plan for properly. Things may not work perfectly the first time. Ideas may not work at all, but it's a great time to try new structures and see what could work for us moving forward. It's a great time to start building that flexible toolkit that you can then rely on as you move forward into the future of your teaching. As teachers, you are touching the future in every class and with every student. And it's up to us to empower that future through the skills and competencies that can be included in our lessons and in the preparation processes we use to determine the best use of media or tools for each learning situation. We have a really special opportunity to kickstart a different education environment that empowers both you as teachers and your students as learners. Thank you. So I left a little bit of time as well at the end if there's any questions. I've seen some things come through.
Many great thanks, Beth, for a wonderful contribution and fantastic presentation, giving us lots of things to think about as we move forward into the new term, as it is here in Turkey from tomorrow morning, where all of the teachers will be returning back to full-time online lessons. I didn't tell you that before, but after the recent announcements here in Turkey, all lessons will now be going back full-time online for tomorrow. So it's such a great session and very fitting to where we are right now. So thanks a lot, Beth, for your great contributions, and you're getting lots of wonderful feedback.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
In the chat box, everybody. Siz çok kibarsınız. Teşekkürler ederim. It's really quite interesting that when you were talking, Beth, there was some really lovely dialogue and conversation happening in the chat box, which really goes to show actually that we all can multitask very easily nowadays. we can listen to your session, we can have conversations in the chat box, and I think the whole pandemic actually has fast-tracked our ability to spin lots of plates at the same time and to multitask in so many ways. So thank you, Beth, for that. That's such a great presentation. We do have some questions for you, Beth, and I'll just read those out for you. The first question by Magdalena, it's quite meaty. I hope you're ready for this one. So it says, in your opinion, what challenges are students and teachers going to face after we go back to face-to-face teaching? And then as a second point on that, what aspects of distance education do you suggest we hold on to, even when we return back to the classroom?
I think an interesting thing, or there was a statistic that was being discussed a lot a number of years ago about how the brain is being rewired, especially of our children that are coming up and learning with digital tools. And their attention span is so much shorter than what it was before. And we've had to just adopt those practices within our education. I believe we're going to see something similar when we go back to school, not just around attention span, but the way that we've been learning. So the way that the children have been, or the students have been able to receive their content, use the content, be able to implement it. I think we're going to be seeing things that are maybe differently packaged. And that's sort of also an answer as to what I believe we should hold on to. I think some of the aspects that we looked at the start of the discussion this afternoon, things like the personalization, the individual learning paths, the ability to really trust learners to have more autonomy in their learning situation. Also the ability to use some of the tools that we have to mean that we don't need to necessarily go back to just having an analog environment, but we can really use a variety of different media. We can have a more project-based learning approach so that we can look at different aspects of learning, and that we can then start to include some of those skill sets that we've seen as so important in this year.
Mm-hmm. I personally, for me, I still think it's still unknown to a degree of how the cards are going to land when we throw them all up in the air, which ones will land face up, which ones will land face down. I guess our experiences moving through this academic year will maybe shape us and move us in that direction. We have another question from Chelil, which is really nice, actually. Can we say that 2020, as a incredible year, really, is the early transition that was supposed to happen in 2025? So in other words, the pandemic has accelerated what was going to happen anyway. What do you think about that?
I think partially. I think it's definitely accelerated in some ways things that were going to happen. But I think the most exciting thing that's come out of this time is that we've been able to really highlight where all the gaps are. And I think we've never seen that so clearly as we did this year. Each of us has felt certain things were missing, or felt that certain skills weren't being taught, or that our students were lacking in certain areas, or that the infrastructure wasn't right. But we've been really clearly been able to see this year exactly what was missing. And I think for the first time ever, we're seeing entire governments move very quickly to try and fill those gaps. So yes, I do believe it's maybe an early transition, but I think it's also the kickstart that we've been needing for maybe a decade within education, to try and fill those gaps and really provide a baseline so that you as educators are able to do what you do best, instead of having to focus on some of the gaps and those technical difficulties that have been out there.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. I'm just going to read a comment that's just popped up, actually. It says, Hella says, amazing presentation. I agree. Thank you so much. I just hope critical thinking and creativity is easier done than said, especially in environments where student-centeredness is not really practiced from the beginning. I agree with that.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Okay, any more questions, guys? If you've just got something in your mind that has quickly popped up, just type it in the chat box and we can deal with that. It seems everybody's quite satisfied. So thanks again, Beth, for this invaluable contribution. Let me just get my slide back up again, if I can. So thank you, Beth. We're really pleased you've been able to be a part of the UES Recharge Summit this weekend, and we look forward to seeing you again, hopefully in the future, inshallah, working with the family here at UES. Another special thanks to Highlights, our dear team and friends at Highlights, who have sponsored you to be a part of this today. So big love and big thanks to Highlights as well. So that's it for Beth now. We are going to take a little break, and then when we come back, you're going to have a session with little old me. So please be kind. and then we'll have a short session, and then after that session we will run the Excel file, as I said, to pull out all the participants so we can enter you into the raffle, which is happening after my session.
Hey,
Okay.
Steve, it's me, Kumar, talking right now. Can I announce something?
Please. Yes.
Okay, we are trying to arrange raffle. So can you, participants, can you please refresh the web page in order to get the new link? We are just dealing with it. So please keep refreshing the web page to join the last session.
Okay, great. Thanks, Pinar. Just refresh the page. What, the website you mean? Refresh the website, and then the last session will come as join now, and then jump into that one.
Yeah, we are trying to finish this session. This is the main room session, and then we will get the data and we will just start it again. And we are trying to do it in a very short time. So link might change. Please refresh your page.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks, Pinar,
All right, see ya.
for that. Okay, guys, let's have a short break. Okay, there's confirmation of the raffle coming later, but you have to be in my short session with big smiley faces from 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. So we'll take a short break now. Go and grab a tea or a coffee or something stronger if that's your desire on a Sunday afternoon, and we'll be coming back together again at 2:30. Okay, thanks everybody. See you all again soon. Thank you.
Bakalım. Kapandı sanırım. No. Yeah. Okay, the session is over. We are going to have a break and see you in the next session. See you all.